Oh my god, I just realized I'm fucking muted. I lied. Hello! Welcome in, everybody. My audios are not working. It's upsetting me a little. Let me fix this one. Bam, now we have the music. Welcome back in. Hope you're having a wonderful day or night. Of course, I apologize about yesterday once again. But I am feeling a bit better. I took a well-needed rest and I did all the stuff I needed to do and sorted things out. We're good now. We're good now. But today I wasn't in the mood to play Valorant, so I changed it to play this lovely, lovely visual novel game. Now, for those of you that don't know what this game is, it is basically, it's a wholesome little story. It takes you through like 4 different steps of life. And then by the end of it, you get fucking married. I've already played this game before, so I already know what happens, but what I went ahead and did is I bought the DLC. So I can actually play everything now. Absolutely everything. So I'm gonna grind this game till we finish it. No ifs, ands, or buts. So that's the goal for today. Some other news, I unfortunately don't know what's wrong with my computer. I tried seeing what was wrong with VTube Studio. I don't think it's VTube Studios that's wrong. I think it's maybe just my computer. Hello, Matt. How are you doing, my love? And also, thank you for the hydrate spork. My bad. I don't know what's wrong. I contacted support and all that stuff, and they even told me, they're just like, LOL, bitch, we don't know what's wrong. That's weird that it doesn't work, haha. Like, they gave me every possible solution, and it just would not work. So, I don't know why I can't use VTube Studio or connect to my phone or anything like that. So for right now, hopefully by Monday, by debut time, I get it fixed. If not, then we'll see what happens. I'll probably have to go out and buy a fucking webcam or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But how are you doing, Matt? I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm happy you're here again. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and start. So I'm actually gonna let you guys have a little bit of liberty with this game. So some of the DLC that is included is whatchamacallit. Is that there's a DLC where the main character Cove, he can actually say your name in game. Surprisingly, he can. So I'm gonna allow you guys to pick exactly what our name is going to be. I'm sick and had to call out of work today. Nah, it's cool. I hope you feel better though. I hate feeling sick. Is it like the flu or something? Because I know the flu's it's flu season right now. I was kind of happy a little bit, not gonna lie, because my work, they require everyone to get a flu shot, and I didn't work that day, and they had like a stand at my work of literally just get in line and we'll give you the shot. I left the window open, so I have a scratchy. Oh, rip. Hello, hearts. How are you doing, my love? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Sniffles. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. It's just maybe just a strep or sore throat then. That's good. It's better than the flu, that's for sure. So we're gonna do a new file. I'm not gonna show you my old ones because I got so fucking many, honestly. Would you like gameplay explanation sections to appear? Nah, wait, I got this. I've played this enough. I'm pretty good. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I'm doing swell. Thank you for asking. Okay, so this is the one part that threw me for a fucking loop when I played this game the first time. Is that you can actually make yourself in game. So we're gonna make me, obviously, but you guys are gonna get to pick my name. So I think it's Peachy. Yeah, I have Peachy tone. Alright, eye shapes. Let me see. I think that's pretty close to mine. Name suggestions: Splymouth. Splymouth? Oh my god, not the Splymouth. Hair front. We need a middle part. Oh my goodness, I'm dying. Oh, this is kid. This is us as a kid. So it doesn't have to be exact right now. What about pigtails? I think pigtails are pretty cute. Are you taking this kid's life? Yes, of course. We are going to take this child's life and sacrifice it to the cult. Pink. That is the closest I think we're gonna get. Okay. The she. Alright, what's the first name? How's everyone? Hello, CG. How are you doing, my love? It's nice having you here again. I hope you're doing swell. Alright, what's gonna be our first name, everyone? Alright, I would like your suggestions. You guys get to pick the name that we're gonna go by. Or they have the voice names, which is A through Z. There's Erin, Anna, Christina, Elaine, Anna Marie, Chuck, Eleanor, Ciara. This is probably the closest one we get to my name, because I know for a damn fact that my name is not in here. Cora, Corey, Cadence, Cammy. Oh, Kara! They have it! But it's with a C instead of a K. Should we do my name, actually? I feel like I'd be a simp if I used my name. Kara! Okay, we'll do this one then. Yeah, that works. Kara. That's gonna be the closest it's gonna get, because apparently a lot of people don't spell my name with a K, so... Alright, last name. Girl, we are simps. Kate. Then we're gonna go Kara this time. Alright, last name. Kevin. What about Kevin? Jennifer. Eba. Michelle. Now I don't know if they have Boodle. I don't think they have Boodle. Let's see. Oh, this is for the first name. So I think the voice lines, there's only... There. Bam! Karaboodle. There you go. Karamay. That'd be cute. Michael. Oh. Kiara. They can live a quiet life. Oh no. Okay. What if we do... Let's do... I think May is cute. We'll do May. So we have the voice line and then we have our last name. Next page. Alright, birthmarks. I don't have any birthmarks. Last time I... What are these? These are scars, okay. Rosy cheeks. I have rosy cheeks. Freckles. Hand size. I could change my hand size? That's a thing? Glasses. We'll do chubby hands. I got chubby hands. Birthmarks again. But this is rosy cheeks. Yeah, we got rosy. Alright, we do clothing types. We do pants and shirts. We don't do skirts or dresses in this house. I'm sorry, you guys. Not today. Birthmarks. I don't have any. I don't have any. I have arm. Okay. I think we're done. Oh, actually. I actually fucking lied. Okay, there we go. Now we're done. Alright. Let's start the game, boys. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usually sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with it. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Oh my god. Alright. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyways. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people, since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to expect that. Okay, ooh, these are all very different responses. I feel like as a kid I was this one, personally. They still smiled at you anyway, and that made you feel a little more comfortable. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district as your mom. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your moms had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. Okay, you hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it could be okay to talk with the new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite to them. I think... Oh, shit. This one. Let's do that one. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door, but you were pretty interested. You wanted to know maybe what's going on. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. I feel like this is me right now. It's like whether or not he was nice, you did not want to be bothered. That's me. 100%. You slowed down as you thought about how you could get around this. There was a split second where your eyes met. That wasn't good. He was probably going to say something now that he had seen you standing around here. Hey! You were right. His deep voice called out to you, but you didn't say anything. Fortunately, the man stood up and started to make his way towards you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but still wanting to be friendly, and you offered him a stranger smile. Your whole body was frozen in place as he approached. Let's just... I tend to fake it till I make it, so let's do this. The man gives a grin of his own back. Suey mama, he's hot. Okay, do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. That's great! He looked happy to hear it, giving you a broad smile. A $20 bill? Oh no, he's hot! Literally, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hands as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Oh, could you do me a favor? Hold on, I feel like the voice acting isn't... Wait, can you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have... Let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. I have a son. His name is Cove. Who's about your age? Cove, that seemed like a strange name for an actual living person. You. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. I feel like Cove for a first name is actually really nice. Like, not even like simping, like that ass, but like Cove's actually a really pretty name. If you think about it. Cool. Let's do this one. He wasn't the only person like that in Sunset Bird. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured towards the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Kara May, right? I met your moms earlier and they told me you were 8, just like him, so... He shook He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid, you'll like him.
Do you mind?
But you've got to keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. He kind of felt sorry for Cove. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? And you eyed the man. Yeah, that's kind of, I feel bad for him, honestly. Daddy? Daddy? This definitely wasn't the normal way kids make friends. You knew that. What do you say? Want to make a deal? Yeah, I'll take the money. Fuck it. You carefully plucked the bill from his outstretched hands, grinning at the thought of what you could do with that much cash. All the sweets you could ever want. You could buy a ticket to the newest movie at the cinema. There's a cute stuffed animal. Cost a few dollars to set up a library card. Okay. You weren't even sure yet. Yeah, I feel like for me, I'd probably buy sweets. Okay. Your tummy rumbled thinking about it. And that was just the start, you thought. The sky was the limit with the kind of amount. The man smiled at you, his eyes crinkling at the sides as he did. Great, that's great. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but, well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Okay. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends, you knew that, but you were still going to help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought you might come back in. That's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Kara. So much. Hydrate! Thank you, thank you. Was this 20 bill before inflation? I think it was before inflation. Thank you for the hydrate. He jogged off down the street without another word. He decided to check the hills behind your house. Okay. I want to see the mommy unless she's not here. Oh no. Step 1, first sight. Okay. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore, and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You love to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents, you mentioned. Okay, you didn't enjoy the beach at all that much, especially the sand, which got absolute... Yeah, this is me. I don't... Beaches are pretty, but I don't like sand. You really could understand why so many people came all the way from where they were just to visit the ocean. You took a deep breath. You wanted to try and relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Hey! There he is! There's a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him for a minute longer, feeling like a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair, wavy brows, huge glasses, pink cast, saffron I think it's all the above. Let's do this one. Sad round. But this new boy did. You wondered what could have upset him. After a few more seconds, he took a step forward, then another, and then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him, and showed you weren't scary. Hi. With the start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? His eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? You touched the money in your pocket, feeling it crinkle beneath your fingertips. I met your dad. Yo, I met your dad, homie. I know I'm the same age as you, but I met your dad. Yo, daddy. Do deers frown? I don't think they frown. I don't think they frown. Personally, I don't think they do. Lucky guess, I'm all-knowing. You know, I met your dad. Oh. So this is... Oh, shit. So, is this your hill? He gestured with the uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. You shook your head. While doing so, you also picked at a strand of lint on your leg. What a weird question to ask someone. He sat back down with a thumb, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered the hills. This hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as if it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? Imagine someone's fucking devastated and they're crying and you're like, why are you here? Why? Why are you here? Why'd your family move? But I also feel like asking why'd your family move is also probably a sensitive topic. I feel like that's why he's upset, you know? We'll do this one. A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents, they don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flustered cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave and he took me with him, and now we have a house here and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. Oh, he's sad. I want my mom. You'll like it here. You just have to get used to it. Stop crying. Stop crying over that. No, the mommy's gone. Okay, I will say this. I played this already. His mom is hot. His mom is fucking hot. She is fine. She is so fine, dude. Your dad seems kind of nice. I'm sorry. You'll like it here. Just hold on. This is capture. Oh, okay, never mind. Can't change. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. It must be hard for Cove living here without his mom, but at least he still had a parent who cared about him. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Tara!
Cove?
Cove! Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging in his cheek. Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to the house. I want to go home. You can handle it. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It will be okay. It'll be okay. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna all be fun. But isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Can you hear me, Cove? He looked towards the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm.
Sorry.
Alright, I still don't want to go. That's fine. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Are those my moms? God damn! Both of your moms are at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Kara, you're here after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what had happened earlier when you met with the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everybody acting like this? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. Okay. Mommy gave Cove a small smile and then she turned back to you. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out there? He looked at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. I think I'm gonna marry this man. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. Yeah, totally. Oh yeah, shrug, yeah. Play it off. He's new here. It was okay. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you.
That's a relief.
Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Kara knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for all of us. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
Oh. Two of them walked off into the darkness, heading towards the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Sounds like words.
Of course.
Then okay. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy pulled her arms around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove for the step. It could change later in later steps. Comfort. Love. Man, they locked the love. Oh, damn. Alright. So there's interest, is crush, fond, indifferent. I feel like right now we might be indifferent towards him because we really didn't talk about much, you know? So, comfort-wise, I guess relax right now. For right now, at least. It might change depending on the story. Hello, Daglum. How are you doing, my love? Welcome back. How are you doing? I think, yeah, okay, so I think our comfort level is relaxed right now, and then interest is indifferent. I don't want to say fond or crush, because we literally just talked to him about how he didn't want to go home, so I think we're fine for where we're at right now. Begin step 1 at relaxed indifference. You won't be able to change it again until step 2. That's perfect. Early the next morning, you were poking at your food, eating it slowly. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again, Kara? Maybe we could become friends.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yes. Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock on the door. It was a hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. Sure, could you get it? Sure, I'll go get the door. You rarely ever catch your streams? Oh, that's perfectly fine. Holy awooga! My mamas are awooga. Oh, I'm glad you got to catch today's stream though, Dalgum. I'm really happy you're here. Welcome in, welcome back. Bring the mommies back. Well, you'll see them again soon. Because Mom said so, you wandered over to the door. Hey, May family, thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying, with his dad standing in front of him and mom and mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. You studied Cove apathetically. This was the parents' plan, not yours. Not seeming any more excited than you were, he just stared back. Do you want to go play in your room, Kara? Sure. Come on, it's upstairs. Okay.
Take care.
Okay. Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
Play nice. Oh no. Okay. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were a lot of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't noticed, and you hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. You leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Ooh. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked his room. I feel like I'd be a bit like nervous. He wanted to say something but didn't know what, so you let him keep looking. Then his eyes landed on a tiny box of beach things he collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, see? You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. Neat, this is a good collection. Got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shiloh's gonna be here today. Shiloh? Lizzie's friend, or like her #1 fan, I guess. Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but you know. Come on, check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that had washed ashore and... You pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you got in each one, holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink, where you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Oh my goodness. Over the past few years, you'd even learn some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell about all of them. Your voice faltered a little bit, but you kept going the best as you could. Let's do this then. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for shells. After watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be a center of such dedicated focus, even if it was only directed at the shells. Kids, come down in the living room! I'm saying that because I wish I could watch them more often, but they're always past midnight. Oh, I'm sorry. I like to do it around this time frame because it's like midday, and then by the time we finish, it's around like 8, latest 10 o'clock maybe, depending on how long I decide to stream for. You know, depending on the game, of course, and what I'm doing. Maybe one of these days, like when on my streaming days, maybe I'll do like a later stream, so that way it's like in the morning for you guys. Because I know there's some people that want to watch, and then it's like midnight or like 4 in the morning for them. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been liking this meeting you. And you guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. Two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Great. Bust it open. We could keep looking while we wait for Shiloh. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. I like a different one best. I could show it to you. You could take it. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Uh-huh, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. No, it's okay. It's okay for you. He pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his sides. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give him another time. You two were still sitting on the floor, looking through your collection of beach findings, when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell that what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. You'll be alright. He's here. We can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked into the back of the house. I could go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, he stepped forward and paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Huh. This is a good Silo #1 fan? Simp? Yeah, I think he's a simp, dude. Honestly. Or fell asleep while watching. No, it's okay. I'm just happy that you're here. You know, I'm okay with, like, if you guys fall asleep to the streams. Like, honestly, that to me is like a compliment. In its own way, you know? Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. He likes everyone, I mean it. But I don't want to see him. I don't know him. Hey, if you don't have a hard time with him, I'll tell him to leave. Is that okay? Shiloh poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he'd heard what you'd been saying or not, but your guess is that he had.
Hi.
Hi, Kara. And hi, Cove. Look how cute Shiloh is, bro. Look at his cute little fit. Got you an uneasy glance.
Hi.
I'm Shiloh. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. You have a lot of freckles. Bruh. Right, I do. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells.
Can I do it too?
Cove shrugged, then looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else. Hey, check out this scallop shell I found. Cool, right? Pretty color, kinda like my cast. Beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is such a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh my god. Oh, those are all cool.
I guess.
Not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence. You look back at your shelf. Bro, they're like they're socially awkward with each other. Let's do this one. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? I don't know. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. She playing at the park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. You started getting up before you even had had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Kara? The park is fun. The park is pretty great, yeah. Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. There's a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know, I never really wanted to see her. I just wanted to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she could always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You weren't sure if this was an improvement. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is why we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggled your toes through the warm sand. Ew, that's such a weird description. Like, you wriggled your toes through the sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the only one who comes up with the ideas. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie's the oldest. Oh my god, my text message. Not my text. My phone being blown up, bro. Okay. Alright. My mom said you're Kara's age.
Yeah.
So, thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about the other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth.
Oh.
For a second, it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted, and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. You interjected quickly, hoping Cove wouldn't start crying again. He sniffled his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Kara in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer's over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. Oh! Sorry. Excuse me. Oh. Oh my god, I'm like destroying everything. Okay. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely he didn't really know. But she laughed, her face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put your feet up, and get used to it. Oh, Blah is right. Okay. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became the staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch and the beach were. The first summer, you hadn't really been interested in him in one way or another. It was just kind of a fact of life, someone you met with because he was there. Of course, that was only the start of things. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna start the moments now. Let's go. So we have our DLC now. So we have, these are the top 5, these are the normal ones. Now we have all this DLC to go through now. Okay, let's start with shopping. Come back before it gets dark, alright? The familiar voice drifted across the street and he drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Ghost DLC? Yeah, they're gonna do real life phasmophobia, dude. What? Do you die? I don't think so. Sadly, I don't think so. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with you. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogging over to join the two.
How's it going?
Oh my god. Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Kara? Take a walk. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's a lot of snails around. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After he finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun, you know? You know Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You shrugged. Cove was in the process of making a similar motion. You didn't have anything else to do. You hadn't been to the stores in a few days, but maybe there's something new to look at. Maybe. Is that okay?
I guess.
I was going by myself, but I guess it is. You don't have to. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. He found it odd since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp pen to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure.
Good kid.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up the bill in his hand, still held out towards him. Towards the green boy. My English. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. He followed him after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping. Oh god. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there weren't many clouds in the sky, so the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt in ocean and air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for shells? Cove started a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled out a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You're good at finding shells. You had a lot of fun. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise as you played the little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up to the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. Why'd you want to go to the shops? I need a new sand pail. You know what happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. What, really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. Didn't seem like he was going to continue, so he nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cove opened his mouth, then shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope, it wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? I like building sandcastles. I think sandcastles are really fun. Last summer, Lizzie and I built one that was as tall as me. And sometimes they have sandcastle building competitions down by the boardwalk. Cool, I bet you could win. I smiled at Cove. Maybe the two of you would build one together one day. One day you reached a shopping area. The noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds, trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. Nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other, with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Pointed at a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with the large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read "The Amazing Alexander" in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on the sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we should stay and watch. Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as you reached back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Tell me. This had to be going somewhere and you needed to find out. He smiled. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great. He felt the tug and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. You knew that it couldn't have really come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to a stable. Both were in the shape of a dolphin, instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend too. Thanks for being my assistant. Wow. Now you're really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take a dolphin that had been designated for him. Cove is just ruining the fun, bro. He stole your ear, literally. He said, "Uh-oh, I got your ear. What are you gonna do about it? Haha." It's like the equivalent of like someone taking your nose, like, "I got your nose. I got your nose." Like, it's that. That's the equivalent to it. Motherfucker says, "Let me take your ear." At least you had a fun time. You wondered if Cove's whole family was a magic. Maybe it was. At least I had a fun time. You saw a magic trick and you got a great balloon. That was more than enough to make it worthwhile event. You thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you could make it disappear too. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed aside there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. Picked up a magic 8 ball. Ooh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to the other hand so you could hold it up in front of you. Then you thought of a question in your mind, shaking the ball and hearing some kind of liquid slosh around inside. Once you had given it a good shake, you held it upright, waiting for the answer to appear. Concentrate and ask again. You wrinkled your nose and set the magic 8 ball back on the rack. It wasn't the answer you were hoping for. You followed Cove around to the other side of the stall. He went under the Fuck. Hold on. Okay. Goddamn. I'm reading so fast that I need to drink water more frequently. You went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Did you have places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like you here. Did you have places like this? Cove blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much he misses that place. Not really. You nodded in understanding, looking over at the stalls nearby. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade" standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, and a turtle. Oh, which one? Let's pick up dolphin. Crabs. You want to do the crab? Never mind. We'll do the crab. They munch on dead skin. Okay, we'll do the crab. Okay. Your hand stopped on the crab, claws raised, and a tiny smile on his face. With a good soup sound too. It had big eyes and little legs, and the fabric was smooth when you picked it up. You had seen a few crabs at the beach before, though they usually scuttled away before you got a chance to look at them closely. Dolphin, are you fucking psycho? What do you mean? What's wrong with dolphins? They're cute. Dolphins are cute, bro. What do you mean, am I psycho? You liked the idea of having a crab all on your own, even if it was just a soft animal. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Though that changed the day you met Cove and his dad. You still had the $20 bill Mr. Holden gave to you hidden away in your room. It was a grand sum of money, but you couldn't spend something that was at home instead of in your pocket. Crab drank dead skin like soup. They stab themselves on blowfish to get high. They bully other fishes. But they look cute though, okay? Like, ignoring, they drown turtles. Ignoring the rest of the negative things, they look cute, okay? Dolphins look cute. That's the most I'll say. Alright. Maybe you'd have to ask your moms to bring you here again one day, now that you knew what you want. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. Are you sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. My dad told me to. You smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let you... Where is my music? Where did my music go? There we go. Fixed it. Music back again, boys. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you too. You had to remember to thank him the next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove? Yeah? Your dad gives out money a lot, huh? I really like this keychain. Thank you. He shrugged, looking at the sea creature with impassive eyes. Cove looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while looking at your delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over you, and your stomach growled even louder. Waddle? And you waddle away, waddle, waddle. You have to... Have you seen like a crab like move? I have seen a crab move before, yeah. They walk sideways instead of like forward and backward. Then they waddle away, waddle, waddle. After passing of hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove's got something sweet and cinnamony. Look weird, but not ugly weird. Cute weird. Yeah, I get you. I got a plain one. Got one with cheese with sprinkles. Got one with chocolate. Got one with cheese. Cheese and pretzels, dude. That's banging. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed you a pretzel over. Ready to take a big bite. It was covered in gooey melted cheese, just the way you liked it. It seemed odd to get a dessert pretzel before eating normal food. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh.
Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Cove, can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual, Cove struggling somewhat with the cast, restricting his fingers on one hand and a string already tangled around on the other.
Okay.
Got it. Two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzel. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked over at the ocean. After a time you finished your pretzel, you were done before Cove. It was boring not to have anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon, not to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin with your hands, manipulating to make it look like he was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. That's the fake fan. Wait, so is this a dating sim? It is a dating sim, yes, but it's 3 steps long, 4 steps long. So you start off when you guys are children. That's the other one you really need. No, fake. God damn it, dolphin. The crab swimming like is more important now. Never claim to be a fan. Dustpan, yeah! If you turn to face forwards towards the beach, it almost looks like... Okay, I already read that. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining parts of his pretzel in the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather. He's the prince of the dolphins. Mine's name is Splash. Mine's name is Cherry. Mine's name is Sam. He's just a regular dolphin. He's actually they star in movies. Let's do this one. Dolphins. Bruh, why you roasting dolphin like that, dude? He's just vibing out and he said dolphin is trash. Dolphins are trash. Dolphins did nothing wrong. I know, dolphins did nothing wrong, bro. He wears a crown made of seaweed and all his friends are merfolk. Every now and then he'll make friends with a kid and let him ride on his back. He sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Hope considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no. For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears starting to glisten. You offered to find Alexander. You offered to give Cove your balloon. You didn't say anything. He would be alright. You could have my balloon instead if you want. Cove looked over at you, frowning. I don't want yours. Oh. You felt bad for Cove, but you were secretly glad. You really liked the little dolphin. You weren't too eager to give it up. Cove spent the rest of the outing sniffling and didn't say much else. Imagine being so crazy you sleep on autopilot. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back to late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was dawning to a close. It had been nice for the most part. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any tears next time. That's the end of the first moment selection. Yeah. All right, grown up. Alright, one sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy. So your sisters was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. Three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy animal toys. Then suddenly a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyway. They're always inside telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why?
Duh.
I said why, and it'll be fun. What do they do? What do they do inside that we don't? Besides, we use the phone a lot. There we go. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
What do you think? Do you want to? Cove said it. That doesn't sound fun. I bet we would come up with something else. I don't know. But that's what I'm going to do, and it's not fun when I play pretend adults by myself. Do you do that a lot? What's it to you? Looking at Lizzie, it seemed that Cove felt he could understand where she was coming from, and he sighed. Do you really not want to play, Kara? It was clear he wanted some way out, but still feeling guilty about it. Stay. I hope this is as fun as you're promising it to be. Looked at you, deadly serious. It's the most exciting idea I've had all week. Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you.
Okay.
I'm gonna be a professional golfer. Kara, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep. But there's other kinds of sports too.
Right?
It isn't the same. What do you think, Kara? Don't those choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? Isn't there anything else we can be? Why everyone looks like a kid? Because this is their childhood. That's why. It's playing through the memories of your childhood first. Lizzie stomped on a foot on the ground. Nope, come on, just decide already. Knowing Lizzie wouldn't let this go anytime soon, you sighed. Cove was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, although he didn't bother talking more about it for now. You thought over the list of possibilities: beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. Out of all of them, you preferred to play. Let's do gymnastics. If you couldn't spend the afternoon doing cartwheels and handstands in the backyard, then you might as well practice them inside. There wouldn't be as much space as there was outside, but you could still try. Yes, that was clearly the top option. Okay, I'm gonna be a gymnast.
All right.
I picked volleyball. I should have known. Okay, Kara, you're a famous gymnast, and Cove, you're a popular beach volleyball team. And Lizzie's ponytail bobbed as she probably stretched her arms wide. We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cove didn't seem all that impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his head. That's really specific.
Rude.
That's what makes it fun. Anyway, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of the both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals, and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. It doesn't matter if you know who she is. It's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Cove, your team was bronze, and Kara, you barely missed out the gold and got silver. It's more real if we if we're not all first place. Silver sucks. I don't want silver. I'm okay with that. Hey, we could do better than silver. You pouted at Lizzie, unhappy with the decision. Kara's right.
Sorry.
Lots of people lose at the Olympics, then the breaks. Then you're the one who did. Not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way, it wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed to him, apparently because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her tongue. That's kind of boring, we already have that. No, not like the normal houses here with a street on it, right on the sand by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you'd want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine any? Jeez, well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing.
It's not fair.
How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling into fists at her sides. It's not impossible, it's just better than yours. Disagreements always seemed to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought, you're tired of deciding between either of them. Cove was right, you wanted to listen. You didn't engage with their bickering and instead dreamt up of your own dream house. And you weren't going to share your idea with them either. You already knew it was a good one. You could swim whenever you want if you live on the beach. You could still swim anytime if you want where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. Two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable, you. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You had no idea what to do just to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you said so far kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the living room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her skirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Kara, it's time to get ready to go. Sorry, you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you don't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I could go by myself. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? We're gonna tell the truth, bro. We're gonna be a snake. We were playing pretend and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth, I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Liz's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know I tried, but he was...
That's enough.
No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets back home from work. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. You got pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Alright, we better get a move on. Let's go, kids. Where'd you leave the car keys? Mom hustled you out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say anything. Parents noticed she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her a space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. Okay. Eventually, Lizzie came around and started singing along with you. You both knew all the words, and your moms even sang along too. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know how much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it. So you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the whole family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant that you had been going ever since you were there. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting. You hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that this all helped Lizzie to be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only radio providing the escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew it was coming, and when you all got back home, clearly she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. When she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened the door. Lizzie was the last one. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So,
Now then, Mr. Holden's car's in the driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Okay, let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because he told on Lizzie. Oh. Being a tattletale didn't feel good, and you wouldn't want someone else to tell your moms everything you did. So your mom had asked directly, and you wanted to be a liar even less. Four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed the button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple times and stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouraging. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
I was surprised, but of course he could say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house. Your mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest and her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. How do you say her name? Nolani? Is it Nolani? Is that how you say it? Kara and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. Hi, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here. Has something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today, and we were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
Fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about them when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, he didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good. You didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you. It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since he couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. It won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of him. She's still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too because he sighed quietly. I want gold. Lizzie was momentarily stunned silent by the demand. You could understand why he did it. You had wanted gold too. Alright, you win the gold. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone as his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought that he'd refused her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cole felt awkward about the situation. Come off uncomfortable the entire time, really.
Yeah.
Hey, you could go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first. Bye, Lizzie. With that said, Cole must have handed the phone to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now too?
Good job.
Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. Couldn't tell what about though. Hello Tetsuya, how are you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay. You were glad that that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Okay. God damn. Alright, next one. Or which one should we do? Let's do this. Yeah, let's do long. There's another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked at you for all the answers. It made you feel... nothing really. Shiloh went along with whatever you wanted, so he wasn't a bother, but also wasn't that much. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet, something like, ooh, ice cream, an ice cream sandwich. You craved a soft ice cream sandwich between two cookies. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but there were shops and demanded payment in products. You voiced your predicament out loud. You just asked Shiloh for help. Assist you sighed. As much as you really wanted that treat, it wasn't going to happen. What's wrong? I want an ice cream sandwich. Shiloh, who had just been draped over the sofa, perked up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have any here, though, and I don't have any money. Well, let me check if I have any. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and probably produced an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. He set the bunch aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, you know, said to Shiloh. He'd almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you unexpectedly. It's not enough.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Well, we'll need to find some more. What happened to the $20 bill? We literally had a $20 bill. Where did I put it? Hello, Hannah. How are you doing? Did you finish class already? You better not be on my stream and you hadn't finished class yet. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scrubbed the back of the drawer. Yes, you're done with class? Okay, good. Because if you were not done with class and you were watching this, I would have ended stream. On my mama. Also, what are you gonna do about it if I didn't I would have ended stream. Deadass. Be like, alright boys, see you later, because one person is being irresponsible and watching this during class. Just kidding. I can't say shit because I I don't go to my classes either. I really can't say shit. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs. But every so often, one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Your mind wandered to the $20 bill tucked away in your room. That's what I was saying! Just use the $20 bill! It was enough for you and Shiloh to get whatever you wanted and more, but you didn't take it out. It was too special to hand it over so freely. You'll get more money! Just use the $20 bill. You're being irresponsible? Oh my god, are you in class right now, Tupan? Are you in class right now? Are you work? Besides, Shiloh would be curious about where it came from and might even mention your wealth to Lizzie. The exchange had to be a secret. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as he counted the coins once again. $2.53. 2 buttons. You didn't know where the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings that you might have about them. Yep. You could now afford something at the shops, just one thing, and that was indefinitely better than none. Tyler clapped his hands. Irresponsibility is hype. Nah, bro. No. I'm failing my exam again, dude. On my mama. I have to do like my... After this, I'm gonna be doing my fucking... extra credit to make sure that if I, for whatever reason, fail... What's the 1 million point redeem? Just the girlfriend experience, you know? So, if you want me to act like your girlfriend for the stream, I'd be more than happy to do so. For only a low price of 1 million points. Or flower petals, whatever you want to call them. The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar, only for one stream. Yeah. Imagine if, you know what? I would probably, I should make another one where it's like 10 million. And then I would be your girlfriend. Straight up. The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar, Biod? Whatever that word is, you on to your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting an ice cream sandwich? Philo asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Philo cocked his head to the side. It was your idea, you should choose. You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. Are you sure it's okay? You tried to get something. Are you really sure it's okay? Really? Really? You both bought the dessert you longed for. Sweet success. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You bit the ice cream sandwich. The chewy chocolate biscuit complemented the creamy vanilla ice cream inside. By the way, that pasta I made earlier, I made pasta earlier again, like I usually do before every stream. Dude, that shit was scrumptious. It was so good. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head. Oh, he's letting me have it. You're gonna go to sleep? No, okay, Daglon. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good Mimi time. You never had an ice cream sandwich? Bro, you're missing out. You are missing out on my mama. He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it, that's so weird. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring, so you stood your ground, even as if the treat had started to trickle dangerously towards you. It's only fair that you can have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already. So you can have it, that's more fair. You held it out to him. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it, so eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up. Really good, thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. Never had one guess. Dude, they're fucking fire, dude. And depending on how much you're willing to spend on it will depend on its quality. Like, there's some, like, you get like whole ass chocolate chip cookies. Like, instead of like the chocolate wafer cookie thing that normally is, sometimes you can get one that's like a whole ass chocolate chip cookie for like, yeah, those are fucking fire, dude. They're so good. Like, there's, yeah. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you know he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was a gross and the real reason why he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more, he had every appearance of enjoying himself. So weird. The two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know what to say, or say what he felt, or was too afraid to. Are we friends? Dude, I hate asking that question. Ain't that with any type of food? No. Okay, but like, with ice cream sandwiches, it depends on like what you're willing. Like, so I have to be in a mood to get the chocolate chip cookie, because that one's a lot, right? It's a lot of fucking. Whereas the normal ones, they're very like, they're delicious and scrumptious, but they're not overly sweet. Are we friends? No, just kidding. Yes, we are friends. Oh man. Are you scared of me? I also don't like this question. They're both, you thought that was kind of sad. You figured that was his problem and didn't care. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Let's just do the are you scared of me? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way. But you didn't tell me things like what you want to do or what treat we should get. That's not because I'm scared, it's because you have a better ideas than I do. Unfortunately, this was yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You hoped it was true and that he really did feel okay around you, though. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive on one thing. At least the treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to the neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth and make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. What did she do? Pablo Experience 101. Okay, I lurk. Good luck on stream. I'm not sure it goes. I'm sure it's gonna go well. Thank you for stopping by though, Hannah. I appreciate it. You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, took a moment to make a joke, accused Lizzie of causing trouble carefully at what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witness. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened?
Kara.
He said my name! He said my fucking name! Ah! Okay. I got yelled at. Oh no. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Aw, sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them. Both couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I could do?
No.
No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach him a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
We're just saying chicken.
Ew. Hold on. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. This eternity. You'd rather just avoid them? You thought they deserved worse? Or I'll do it. I'll ding dong. Really? You took a deep breath and nodded. Lizzie squealed with delight. We'll go hide. Run as soon as you hit the bell. Good luck! Lizzie and Shiloh ran across the road to take shelter in the bushes. Even once they settled down, you could make out two child-sized shapes staring from between the leaves. You knew where to look for them, though, and so you told yourself that the grouchy old people wouldn't spot it. Cove sighed, his gaze flicking to the house and then back to you. Don't get caught. I'll be quick as a flash. You went to join Lizzie and Shiloh in their hideaway. The weight of 3 pairs of eyes on your back was heavier than anything you'd carried before as you approached the door. You hesitated as you reached for the doorbell then. You rung it. You slapped the buzzer and ran. Blood thumped against your eardrums with every step. Would you make it in time? Approaching the hiding spot, you knew that there wasn't time to go around the bushes as the others had done. You took a shortcut, leaping over them. Or to be more accurate, crashing into the tops of the bushes and then falling over the other side. Judging from the squeak, it was Shiloh who cushioned your fall. Lizzie put a finger on her lips and noticed at the house your distangled limbs from Shiloh and spun around to see the old man framed in the doorway, peering back and forth suspiciously. You covered your mouth with your hands, but it wasn't enough to stifle your giggles. Maybe he spotted one of you, or maybe it was the leaves you displaced while jumping, but he locked eyes with the bush and stormed over in your direction. Shiloh gasped and looked at Lizzie. Run. Your sister did not hesitate to take her own advice. Neither did you and Shiloh. Cove was just the one fully operational arm. Took a little longer to get to his feet, but still caught up with Shiloh with ease. The old man's hollers propelled you, all from the street to the Sand City? Is that how you say it? Of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. 4 of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against you.
Cove.
Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes and decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from you. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be the second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lily came back around. It always went like that. And it was fine. You thought you still felt a little sad at how much time you spent together today, and it was always annoying. And it was fine, you thought. Shiloh could prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. You closed your eyes, laid on your side, and relaxed. Some time passed with you like that, and it felt good to take a real break. Okay. Artwork, alright. You moved up to your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. A blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. Huh? You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca, you saw a smiley face, you saw cloud shape. Cloud shape. You saw a dolphin for dolphin, or homie dolphin. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky, you nudged Cove and pointed at it. Look, a dolphin. Joined your gazing, yeah. I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. Hey. He chuckled at your reaction. Very cool. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no arrangement from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You objected? You were too tired to argue? Yeah, let's go there too. So you eagerly join the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped onto the sand and for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand too big to belong to any of you were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked your shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean, shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when your mom's coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would someone want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by the waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Kara. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back at home. Dad with me.
Sorry.
Well, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. You joked about Shiloh's mom getting together with... No! Oh my gosh, should I do that? Should I joke around about it? Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your leg. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Oh no. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of the Cove spray zone with a grin. You used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back at your sister. She laughed as she spluttered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair and game in war, which drowned out by the biggest splash yet, causing him to fall face first into the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming out from the rain. As you all hurried over to check on him, his hair was plastered to his head and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck. I fell over.
You dumbo.
Cute. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh to... He reached over and took it slowly as he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down in just time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them.
Sorry.
What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low. But there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident, especially not Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her. Didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Okay. Charlie got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. 4 of you made it the journey back home. leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed you down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. We're back. Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state of you all were in, ranging from messy to soaked.
No.
Is this all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant that she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push off his dad. Mr. Holden's eyes widened as he noticed even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove, let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to be reset. Cove winced at the thought.
Okay.
Damn. Even got the cast wet. Oh shit. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Dan was already transferring from Cove down to him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Liv. Night, May family, and Shiloh too.
Fine.
Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everybody, inside. I want you to march straight down to the downstairs bathroom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on the old beach towel your mom had found, you waited in the hall until you were less sandy and you weren't allowed to go into your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first, borrow some of your clothes, and he had already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Mrs. Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without the hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you had to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Yay! Alrighty. Oh, he's back to step on me. No! Bro, you simping for the mamas, bro. Menu. Bam. Okay. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat outside the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with this cast. The waves washed a single shell to the shore, glittering in blue. Another reminder of the places he couldn't go. From what you heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. Like, make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. You, though, about his summer last year, must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here with you, Shiloh, and Lizzie, and everyone else, and he couldn't even go into the sea. This town wasn't bad, it had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly as he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I can go in. What's wrong, Pun? What's wrong? I wish I can go in. The water? Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry, you're gonna be able to do it soon. Hope only sent a response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. So pretty, the ocean. Huge. There could be anything out there like mermaid.
Yeah.
I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. So it must be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids are real. But it's not like there's anything we can do about it. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation. Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sense. He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have a humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some shells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you all have great ideas.
Okay.
I want to make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool, that's gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make a castle. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before either of them done glancing up from what you had just built. It seemed like you got done so fast, but they already searched around for extra decoration. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of shells. But there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a green piece of sea glass, blue seashell, or a red bottle. A green piece of sea glass. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. It was see-through and sparkly. So you put it in a funny place where it'd take a second look to see it. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You could probably sneak a peek at either one. Yeah, you checked Cove's out. You decided not to look. You instead watched some clouds go by. The silence was broken. What's that on top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
Good, that's smart. You'd be good at it, Shiloh. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Kara, can I see what you did? Sure. You began surveying your work. The castle you built was pretty impressive. All things considered, it had archways like tall walls and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. Shiloh, quickly deciding to jump in the new conversation. Hey Kara, what did you do? This is my castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy anymore. You both built castles?
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. How you guys match? It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man. A real individual. I'm gonna get dinner. Oh, I'm gonna get dinner later. Have a good day. Bye-bye. I don't think I'm very special. Why not? Nobody else is you. But simply shook his head. I'm not different. Beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Silas shifted and opened his mouth to say something. Cove spoke up before he could. He didn't think he noticed that Charlotte was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Kara? He waited to see if Charlotte would say what he wanted to, but he didn't. He considered Cove's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued.
Oh.
Oh well, I was there. I don't think my mom had met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Kara's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I'm gonna say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. But that's kind of boring for him. Though, giving people their own turn to say the things they want to is important too. We're talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. You can listen. Shadow's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued to like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand and then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to me. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since I was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones that we met for the first time. Cove noticed and stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you going to finish your story? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Why didn't you want to tell us the story if nothing happened? You really got to be better at telling stories. That was a pretty bad story. Thanks for telling me. What is it? What? You said that in a weird way. I don't think I did. Cove narrowed his eyes at you, suspicious. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why did you bring that up anyways? There's a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well,
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved here, my dad showed me the beach first, before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows burrowed in a little more as he quickly raked hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh, fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand, had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included into conversation again. Oh, I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment, and his lips twitched. He blushed even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this, perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses. Nobody is named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
Oh damn, it was probably just your dad bugging Kara's family for some more because you don't have anyone else who will ever play with you. Whoa, homie, whoa. Calm down. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing you would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too, I was just wondering. Build another sandcastle. The day is gonna be over soon. You're right, the sun's going down so fast. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove had looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least he tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it helped. Even though Shiloh's smile, when he said goodbye to Cove, the Cove wavered. Stayed as bright as ever for you, though. That had to count for something. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own house. The two of you trailed out of the park together towards the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by a familiar landmark, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. You asked Cove what he was thinking. Something was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to ask. Hey Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face.
Oh,
I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few moments, then sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that? When I said he could have read a lot English. You were being rude to him, he was just being a baby, you should make fun of him? Oh, you shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know, it's just Shiloh, he gets embarrassed. Embarrassed, but I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway. I guess I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. What Shiloh said didn't make sense anyway. Parents always talk to other parents and set up stuff for their kids to play together. My dad didn't do anything weird. You struggled not to make a face at that. His dad definitely did something weird to try and get you to spend time with Cove. But Cove didn't know that. Nobody's making me spend time with you. Your dad does do stuff so you'll hang. But Charlotte shouldn't have said that. You decided to tell him about... Oh. Should I say something? Should I tell him about it? Should I like be honest? I don't know. Nobody's making me spend time with you. No. Cove's shoulders relaxed. You hadn't even noticed that he had tensed up. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Anyway, I knew the whole time Shiloh shouldn't have been saying things like, where's my music? Replay. There it is. You nodded, but you didn't speak. You kept your eyes firmly on the ground. By now, the two of you were on the sidewalk near your houses. It was time to part ways. Bye, Cove. Your parents hadn't planned anything else for you, though you knew that you'd see him eventually. Cove nodded, already turning away. Bye, Kara. You made your way to your house at a leisurely pace, going up the driveway to get to the front door. Before you went inside, you looked back. Cove was halfway to his house and his hand shoved in his pocket. You still felt a little unsure with what you were supposed to do about the deal with Cove's dad had offered. You didn't want to say something bad or something you shouldn't. You might change your mind sometime. There was always tomorrow after all, but for now it was definitely something that you'd keep to yourself. With a final look, you went inside your room. Okay, I'm gonna do the final normal memory of the DLC. Alright, tonight we're gonna catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dish. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on a warm night danced through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, you are you? You looked around over at your mom's, you pushed your food around your plate. You rocked slightly side to side in your seat, excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we see Mr. May? Can we Mrs. May, sorry? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally, she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know that she'd be late. You didn't hear why, probably more work thing. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her, with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree.
well,
It's already dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could. Slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for her response.
There.
Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back at your... Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth.
Fine.
Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay?
Duh.
That's where most of them are. The idea had only been planted in your head, but already you already could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy reads sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she could.
Jeez.
No one's gonna die, sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was.
Huh?
You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mom had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Cove? You had no idea why he was here all of a sudden, but you supposed it wasn't worth worrying over. Instead, your eyes landed on Lizzie, who was looking at Cove like he had come here specifically to ruin all her plans. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mom with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver out from his large side pocket, eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back at home when we moved. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged and my mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here alright. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mom closed the door behind him. Hey, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Are you going to catch fire? You can come outside with us if you want to. From the corner of your eye, you could see Lizzie glaring at you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider. Trying not to meet her gaze, you looked at Cove. Whatever Lizzie thought of him, he wasn't exactly a stranger anymore. We're going to catch fireflies on the hill out back.
Okay.
I want to see them. I never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. Oh my god, I can't read for shit. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked past to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu of your family. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What'd you have? Eggs. The clipped, one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of his food. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led you the way outside. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie that he's nearly stepping on her heel. Cove hesitated at the coming. After a moment, he did.
Bye.
Hi, children. Two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away.
Hurry up!
We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. You suppose there wasn't any real hurry, and you knew it would be bad to leave him behind entirely. The two of you followed after the footsteps Lizzie and Shiloh left behind until you reached the hill behind your house. Lizzie had already climbed up to the top. Charlotte was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Upon seeing the gently glowing, winking lights, you moved a bit faster, eyes widening.
Wow.
Charlotte took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. Interesting. The bug away. Little bug was spooked when you waved a hand towards it, flittering in the front of Cove's nose for a moment or two before darting away. Cove let out a surprised sound when then followed after the glow.
Oh.
Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Skylar ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or a backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb and tried to be cautious of that. You had a bandage on your palm and tried to be cautious of that. You had 2 bandages on your hands. You're good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched, closed your hands and the little glowing orb. Careful not to crush it. The firefly landed in your palm almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs trickled your skin, and you giggled at a sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You'll get the next one. Cove didn't say anything, and you thought he must be upset. He walked further up the hill and continued to hunt his hunt, and you let your own firefly flutter back. This was fine. You had your own plan. Decided to collect more. Decided to sit and watch. You quietly took a seat amongst the flowers. The others were jumping and dashing up all about. You saw how many times they succeeded and failed, and how Shiloh almost tripped a couple times. It was a dramatic show, though around you it was calm. The lights of the stars and fireflies surrounded you peacefully. It was a beautiful night. You laughed quietly to yourself as you watched the others, and Shiloh finally managed to catch Firefly between his small hands. His eyes lit up, and when he spread his fingers to take a peek at it, the bug escaped and flew into the air. You watched as he pounced after it once more, but your eyes soon landed on Cove, who had failed to catch a firefly yet. You watched as he crept up on the unsuspecting bug so slowly that for a moment you wondered if he was still moving at all. And he raised his hands towards one of the little bobbing balls of light, closing in on it ever so slowly.
No way.
The crafty little critter had escaped his clutches at the last moment, drifting too high up for Cove to reach. While Cove returned to hunting fireflies, he settled laying back against the soft grass, watching the poppies swaying around you and the fireflies hovering against the basket.
Come on!
We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie and Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing at the top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning you with a quick hand gesture. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up to the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. I'm sorry, excuse me. Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way of tonight. Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important.
I guess.
Yeah. Cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. I'll stay with Cove.
Really?
Really? Why? You don't have to. It's okay. I want to watch. You moved beside him on top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refuse to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner, whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage. He stood next to him. Cove stood up a little straighter and seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward and watched them go, eyes peeled for which the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down, Lizzie started to veer off the side, while giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped excitingly and threw his hands up in the air. Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bushes she had ended up in, spluttering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real.
Ugh.
Damn. You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and it was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills. But cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone. The four of you walked back home together side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You know that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Yay! Okay, so we got through the basic story plot. Now, is he actually sit down and go through all this DLC. So we have the library, ghost, barbecue, runaway, and sleep. I'm very intrigued by this ghost one. Let's do this one. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flickered through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. You thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up to you. Then you heard some scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the more it seemed like it was like something that was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. You just went back to bed. It was only your imagination. You had to investigate the mysterious sound. It was too creepy to ignore. You practically jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake and they stayed up so late, it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door opening. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It was exhilarating, yeah. Your chest was light and you couldn't keep the grin from your face. No one had permitted you to go out. In fact, no one even knew you were out, and yet here you were. You wondered what else you could do. What other rules were so ingrained that you could never even consider that could be broken. Kara. Hey, yo! You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down on the constant Cove walking up to you. It was strange and yet almost completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You weren't sleeping either? Why not? Cove turned up his lips to smile, almost as if he were amused by the question. Because, did you hear a weird noise? You could tell you hit the nail on the head by the way his eyes widened. Yeah, you knew? I heard it too. That's why you came out, huh? Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? A little. Me too. The two of you delicately smiled at that. Cove even chuckled a bit. It was nice that you were both felt the same way about these things. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? And settling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him, then the noise came again, tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly look around trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that. It could be anything. It had to be a ghost. It has to be. An invisible, creepy thing luring children from their beds. It has to be a monster. You were torn between the curiosity of discovering what the noise really was and being scared enough to want to run straight home and hide under the... Hey, can you tell where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look more, somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. Two of you walked along the familiar streets of your neighborhood, sharing the sidewalk and whatever amount of courage you two had between each other. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. Took a deep breath, calm yourself, comforted him. You focused ahead, you stayed frozen in spot. Okay. You sucked in a lungful of cool night air, letting it out slowly through your mouth. Your parents had mentioned that it was good for a relaxing nerve. There was no question that you were afraid of whatever the noise may be, but you didn't want that to stop you. Despite your fear, you had to be brave. Cope shut his eyes and pressed his lips together.
So...
Where did you want to check? Let's check the hill. You and Cove ascended the hill, lit only by the stars in the night sky. Wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair. Without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing, every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or towering monster. The noise was just as loud here as it was in your neighborhood, with that just as little indication behind the cause. But you kept going forward. You couldn't stop when you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out-of-place sight pinpointing the answer to this mystery. Without invisible markers to guide your way, you supposed it was up to you and Cope to deduce the source of the sound. The hill had many great hiding places, and you intended to check them all. You upturned rocks, cleared trees, and rummaged in the thick grass for anything that might bring some closure on all of it. Despite your thorough searching, you turned up with nothing. Nothing amiss. You were still glad you always relished playing outside rather than being cooped up indoors. This had been a terrific excuse to go out and see the world in a different light, literally. Well, whatever the noise was, you were confident that you had established that it is not coming from you. Once you were satisfied nothing out of ordinary was to be found on the hill, you had considered your next step. Go back home. Let's check the park, yeah? The private playground was as empty as ever. You could just about hear the mysterious sound if you were quiet, but it simmered down to a whisper. Cove was practically shaking when he realized they had progressed far enough to reach there. He swallowed hard, but faced you with determined face. My dad says, good detective work starts at home. He watches a lot of crime shows, so maybe it could be a good look closer. The two of you swept through every corridor of the park. No monkey bars and swing or tire went. The two of you conducted your separate investigations without conversation. If you had found anything that might explain the noise, you would have brought it to the other's attention. At one point, Cove seemed to have taken interest in found in the sand, but he pocketed it without jumping. You had exhausted all the possible places to search in the park. Straightening up, you mused over your next. Gone. What? And you realized the noise, which had grown fainter and less frequent during your search, had died off completely. You and Cove shared a puzzled looks, but neither of you had an answer for what could cause the mystery of the town or made it go away. A yawn crept up on you. All the excitement had made you forget how late it was. Let's go home. We're not going to find anything. The night was still as you walked home, with none of the usual background noises or the eerie whistle from the door. You could hear every step you and Cove made, like a cough in the wind. Two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. Now to sneak back inside. You sneak out a lot? This is the first time. Yeah, I've never tried it doing it till now. Thought so. How did you know? I hadn't seen you out of my window this late before. That's fair. Though it could have been possible you were just good at sneaking this first time you caught you. Are you worried about getting caught?
No.
He was so forthright that you believed him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Oh. Your dad's just worried about you. Who cares? It doesn't matter if he worries, if he's the one who makes things worse. Alright, I'm going in.
Bye.
Good night. Good night. You turn the doorknob as slowly as a clock's minute. Holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock, then nudged it open. And all that happened was the door opening. Rather than the blaring alarms that you heard, you melted with it. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same show as they were watching before you left. Yet you were positive you had been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion. But how could you get there? Try to sneak past, you decide to walk in your own house, not you had to give up and sometimes the best thing you could do is hide in plain sight. You strode across the room in direction of the staircase. Carl, your moms knew you were up, but they had no idea why. They abandoned the couch in their show to hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet.
Are you okay?
What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? You lied. You couldn't bring yourself to own up to what you had done. I heard a scary noise, so I came down here. Their surprise gave way to concern.
Sweetie.
Mom took you by the hand and led you up the stairs. Woof. Woof. Your hand is cold. Why didn't you come over to us? I was supposed to be in bed. Alright, you won't ever be in trouble for coming to us when you're frightened. We'd much rather you come to us than try to solve things all by yourself. Her phrasing made you feel bad. Nervousness ate at you as you were tucked into bed. Your moms assumed that you were flushing assistance, and delivering under the covers was part of your fear, and spoke to you softly until you calmed down enough to peep out from underneath your sheets. Once your mom had left, you turned over to the night's adventure in your mind, and so hard to believe that you'd really done it. It was harder to believe that you'd gone away with it. Even now, you'd half expected to be caught somehow. Perhaps you left a door ajar, or trailed to the sand where they'd already swept up. You wondered how Cove's dad had handled his return. Cove hadn't been at all scared about his dad's reaction. Wriggling down deeper underneath the sheets, your thoughts had turned to what the noise could have been. Nothing had been solved tonight, but that wasn't so bad. There were a lot of mysteries. Your thoughts morphed into dreams, carrying you to more and more outlandish visions of what might lay behind it. The next morning, treated like most likely usual. Though your mom seemed to be giving extra consideration since finding you last night. You later learned Cove didn't end up getting in trouble for the nightly escapade? Either. It was unclear whether it was because his dad chose not to punish him or if Cove got away with it. It was amazing to you that it all worked out for both. As for the sounds that started this all, the adults around were convinced it was nothing more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense when you were grown up. That's a cute little DLC. I like that. That's kind of cute. Not gonna lie. The library one. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie, I didn't care. It was just something you did every year. Didn't question it. Lizzie didn't like when you teased her during the quiz. but she seemed to like that you were there helping her either way. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all 4 of you. You had never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom. Yeah, because he's bougie, dude. Look at the man, he's a Chad. Okay, after hearing the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has a stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay inside of the librarians. You hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'll probably hold you kids back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant only as a joke. Cove's dad seems to deflate a bit. I'll swing around again when this shining shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now. You don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister, already in full competition mode, cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful as she was there.
Come on!
We have to find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after, when we're win. Okay, see you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age is really catching up.
Bye.
Wow, Cove's like, bye, Dad. I don't want you here. Leave me alone. He's so edgy. Bye, son. Homie just cares for his kid, and his Cove doesn't give a fuck, dude. He hates his dad. What did his dad do to him? The 4 of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once.
Bye!
Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon, that's why we came. Wide at first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes started between Lizzie and Cove. Then you could do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours.
Seriously?
Let's go explore. Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. You never really thought about exploring the library before. It sounded like more fun than the same old thing. Fine, let's go, Shiloh. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race up to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. That's just how Lizzie is. I don't like it. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek. Hide and seek, not exploring? Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have a look at everything. You weren't entirely sure how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Okay. Decision made. Cove took off toward the back of the library. You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you decided to look up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place he decided to check was next to the Peter Pan poster besides fairy tale display. Let's try a Peter Pan. The library had lots of little hiding holes all over the place along the wall. Moms called them alcoves. Every single one had its own cool, shiny book poster. This one had Peter Pan and a young girl flying through the sky, 2 younger kids trailing behind them. It was captioned Wendy Darling's First Flight in big, bold letters. That must be Wendy. But this wasn't where Cove was, at least not originally. Cove poked his head out of a tiny little seating area. Yeah, it was her brothers, Michaels and John. Even having assumed that he was in there, you still jumped a little, which made Cove grin. I came out, but I guess it's over. Okay. Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and then count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind his palms, you went to go hide. Hide under giant piece of fruit. Nobody had any idea why there's a giant peach sitting in a corner. It had something to do with a book about a kid named James. Lizzie had said once, but you never read it. The huge sculpture mostly just took up a lot of space, but you could wedge yourself in next to it and hide carefully. Sure enough, it took a little while for Cove to find you, long enough that you had gotten tired of sitting hunched up. You won this round and were ready to come out. Cove smiled when you stepped into the open. He was also glad for the resolution. Good hiding spot. I was about to start looking outside. Thanks, I'm pretty good at this. He grinned back at you, brushed the debris off your clothes. Nobody had cleaned the back there in a long time.
Alright.
My turn. Start counting so I can pick a spot. Okay. Clove. I keep on wanting to say Clove. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 misses it. 2 misses. When the time was up, he was long gone again. There were still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was... the Willy Wonka statue. He must be next to all the Willy Wonka statues. You were right. Cove was standing there looking at them. You must have missed him in the crowd at first. But he wasn't really hiding at all. Oh hey, these are creepy. The statues were made of brass. Lizzie had told you once. Apparently they were all the kids that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie Bucket, Augustus Gloop, and something Salt. I don't know. Veruca? I was gonna hide here, but they're too weird. Keep playing. I can still win. He put his hands over his eyes. Before you could run off again, a librarian approached the 2 of you. I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Mouth open like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cat. It's a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Was my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. Your car, right? You nodded. I found both of you at once. That's right, she was with him and the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's go get you reunited so you can close up for the night. Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting.
Hey!
There you are. She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey gang, I thought you'd have been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't go off by yourself at least. Cove glanced over to you, then back up at his dad.
Yeah.
A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should, Cove. Cove? Cove's dad glanced around slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving. Cove's trying to be the first one to the car. With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted to the exit, still in Victor to be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the 3 of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she still had not been forgiven for your betrayal. Cove had been happy that she'd shot past him at the last second, that he had to sit in the middle between you and Shiloh. Did you say you came in second place? That sounds some good going.
No.
No, it's not. Another glare at you over her shoulder.
Sure.
Striving to improve is good too. That makes Kara the winner in your family. That's
What?
me. Kara kept finding me in our game. I lost. I could have done better if we had more time. Hide and seek with just 2 of you? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You eyed the seat that she'd fought for so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive to his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead of us, as though as a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. Right. The big thing on the flyer for this was a chance to win a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is Mom even gonna let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? We'll see. I'll ask her. I'll talk to all your moms about this.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that, I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet Kara's parents wouldn't want her to run off unexpectedly either, okay, son? Damn. Homie got trouble in front of everybody. I'd be embarrassed. Now enough breath from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Anything else? Nah, just pepper. And the conversation continued from there, with debates on what was best to put on pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies and the other 3 kinds in the car. Kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. Still, the promise of a pizza was appealing, even if it did have to come with the mandatory side order of Cove. You were glad you decided not to do the quiz this time, and you were really getting curious about how things would play out next. Cute. That was cute. Okay. Okay. Let's do the barbecue. You've been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk to by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together luring people from all over the local area with the promise of a barbecue and fireworks. Your family and Coves were just 2 of many, where what seemed like dozens of cars were parked already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. Your mom, Lizzie, bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. You looked forward to meeting more kids. You'd rather have stayed at home. Your tummy was already rumbling. I'd probably just be there for the food, honestly. It was going to be so good. Mom had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return. Which is why you'd not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcakes she had carried in her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she clutched the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arms after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been no such dramatics around that cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mom's treasured cupcakes.
Okie dokie.
Everyone all set? Should be. Cove, did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Holden deflated, his attempt at caring for his son rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile.
Good kid.
I don't want you getting burned or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day.
Well,
I don't think there's going to be any risk of that second part. Mom nodded at the tables up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drinks. She was right, there's plenty to go around. The parents headed over with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the table. Some of it was familiar, chilled meats, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips, but there was a lot that you didn't recognize. Moms had said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. You see, just take it a little. You wanted to listen to the rules. You didn't want to risk getting caught. Yeah. It'd be bad if you got in trouble before the event had even started. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they'd bought. Mom gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a gigantic ice cooler on the ground, stuffed full of cans of soda, juice, boxes of juice, and milk, as well as bottles of water. Your drink was... I feel like child me would be probably soda? It depends on what juice it is. It honestly depends on what kind of. I say soda. Bubbles in the soda tickled your nose as you gulped it down. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming the enjoyment. That hits the spot, but you kids should go have fun. You could take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. So don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie helped with the comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids, little like a general directing their battalion. He pointed the way.
Come on!
Cove's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. But ultimately, he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after. Let's go out. Let's hang out with the kids. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, and who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of the parents. You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted away at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. The other kids were far out in the field. Still, at your speed, it wasn't long until you reached them. As you approached, they turned around and greeted the newcomer.
Hi.
I'm Lizzie. This is my little sister Kara. I'm the one with the cat, and the one with the cast is Cove. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos and names from other kids. One of the kids looked about Lizzie's age or older. The couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. What are you up to? First kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers, who had introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked to the others. Not much. The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half her face obscured behind huge glasses. We haven't decided yet. Oh my god, I'm like... my throat is like... breaking. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at them. You guessed that's what was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. That's out. A new kid raced over with a glint in her eyes and her braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand too late when the trigger had already been pressed. Lizzie, who'd been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face, he rubbed at your ear, and tried to dislodge the water that had been pulled there. It was pretty funny, and you were unhurt by the water trickling down your neck. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl not meaning anything by it didn't change the fact that she'd been sprayed. Both looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Cove nodded as the other kids murmured their interest or lack of it in the game. You nodded along. You joined the group of kids and tearing off after the girl with the pistol. Spotting you all over her shoulder, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air. Only a couple of drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within your team as someone stood on your foot and collided with Cove's shoulder. Sorry. He frowned but didn't say anything as he kept an eye on his target. You were closing in on the girl, but you weren't alone. Lizzie's face was set with intent, and the two older kids were hot on her heels too. You pushed yourself, willing your legs to move just a bit faster, but it was useless. Even if they weren't especially fast, it was too speedy for you. Lisa lunged and tackled her friend to the ground. Got her! Panting, she punched the air in triumph, then pushed her glasses back up the bridge of the neck. The girl who had been caught giggled, and she got to her feet, brushing the strands of grass from her knees. Smiling, Cove came to a stop at your side. Lizzie whooped with delight Clapping her hands, the boy with the bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. I'll do it. You won't get away from me. With that, you all dispersed, squealing and laughing as you tried to evade capture. The sour mood familiar had evaporated entirely, replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up your nose? Caught by surprise, you looked up and found the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down on the horizon. With all the excitement, you lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills and poking at them to life. It was nearly time to eat. We should get over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah. Bye. It was cool playing. Bye-bye. You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Woof. That's quite a cough. Why does she keep on saying woof? That's my question. Are you alright, sweetie? I'm fine. Yeah. Are you sure? No one needs to go up to the grills if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There's no response from the other two kids here. Please, can you get it for me? Of course. The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you like on it. It's different meats and veggies.
Well,
what would you like on yours? Mom is right. There's plenty of options. Let's do... Oh, shit. Let's do... chicken. With... zucchini. And peppers. That's everything. Sounds good to me. The veggies will be good for you. Order given, and you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having?
why?
Why does it matter? I don't know. I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables, except onions. While evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going. All the chicken in the world? No, that's dumb. You know what I mean. Lizzie peered over the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hand. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. We all made good choices. It's just what kebab somebody eats. Person serving gave your mom one final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holt. We've got the goods. Cove is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to the rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. They're pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mom clicked her tongue. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second.
True.
That's what you get for the price of free, but we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, clutching her kebab like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join. Clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Further along the table, Cove perched next to his dad while Lizzie took the space next to him. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting us a space out here. Everyone tucked into their food. Gobbled it up eagerly, only partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from the side. Turning around, what the other kids had helped you work up an appetite. Mr. Holden, what do you do? Well, I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's up.
Don't worry about it.
Just as well. She'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. A drive is a type of golf shot. You should give golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Liz gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mom felt the need to move to a topic ahead before it gets heated.
Nice.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Then tell me something. Huh? Then tell me something you really do already. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling. Don't I know it? I have nightmares about moving island.
No way.
That's not a good joke. Oh, rip. The sun had been setting when you got your food, and by the time you'd finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, but more than the sum of its parts. Seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mom held up her water bottle. Okay, now that the food is gone, you gotta wash your hands.
Okay.
Please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mom splashed some water over her fingers, and Lizzie rubbed them together, working up any residue. Mom passed her a paper towel and from her purse, and Lizzie used it to dry her hands. I don't need to wash my hands. Stopping, Lizzie, wash your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head.
Come on.
Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed the fabric with a scrunched up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. It is bad. Why would you do that to your clothes, man? When everyone was cleaned up, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up.
Let's go.
Let's go make one more last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time, we have to get a good spot. Everywhere's gonna be taken. How about I go ahead and save a space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting... Then I'm going with Coast Dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Good thing I'll use an extra pair of eyes. Mom shook her head refuelly at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude.
That's fine.
Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Kara, do you want to go get the drinks? Okay. As Mom, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where you picked up the drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Where it had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice, which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool, was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. Drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful than one. Mom rummaged around the cooler, excavating a couple juice boxes from the bottom of the process. Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. Ooh. I'll take a juice box, yeah. Cove hesitated but decided to take a juice box from him. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra water bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over to the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. Hold tight while I get this.
How are you?
Did you find a perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuating by uh-huhs as Mom gave her direction. Catching her eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. We've got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field and separated groups of people assembled there back to the rest of your family.
Hello.
Hello, we're here, and we've come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spare drinks. You gave Lizzie a bottle of water, but she only had ice for your juice box. They helped getting the drinks. You got to pick where we sat. Don't be selfish. Damn. Good, then you're going to thank us for bringing you your very own water bottle. Once everyone had been equipped with a beverage for the big event, you sat on the grass near your family as you waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back in tables in the distance. A few were still dashing about, but their number was steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing ever so often. You nudged Lizzie and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing out something out. I can't make out what it is.
What a pickle.
I hope it's not drinks. But Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of mystery gods. Are they gonna come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders as she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know.
In that case,
We'll have to wait and see. I was intrigued. Studying the man with the box closely, he gradually meandered nearer. You could make out what he was handing out, small items to most of the groups as he stopped back. They seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that it remained a mystery. Then the box made its way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out desserts. Any takers? A dessert? Wheeled hopping up off the ground, the man chuckled. Damn, that looks good. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu, vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup.
nice.
None for me, thanks. None for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer's appreciated. I want chocolate. I have a strawberry? A strawberry for me too, please. Now you're going to have to make it chocolate or strawberry. Chocolate, of course. Reaching into the box, man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. They came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
Thank you.
Thank you. The kids are going to thank the... are you going to thank the nice man too? There's a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend too much time with each group considering how many he had to get to. You peeled back the tab that covered the ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. Lizzie munched happily away, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mom and pulled on her pants.
Please!
I think it's strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please?
Of course.
Wow. Lizzie, food with excitement as Mom presented her with a dollop of ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Ew, that's a weird sentence. Mom, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheeks, then dug her spoon again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. Kara, would you like some of mine? Hello, Aiko. How are you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. How you doing, my love? Oh my god. I have to go get another water bottle soon, like Jesus Christ. You have a full cup of ice cream to eat already. But that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mom. I passed on it. See, Kara knows how it is. It doesn't hurt to ask. Cove watched the exchange silently with blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you're better at least give me some, too. You could have at least gotten your own if you wanted ice cream.
What?
The kids have ice cream already, and they're getting some of yours to boot? And I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm? Wow. You're just relaxing and working on a remix. Oh, that's cool. I'm doing swell. I'm having a good old time. My voice is kind of cracking a little bit because I'm talking a lot, but you know what? It's okay. It's totally a-okay. There we go. Put the music. But it's good to hear that you're doing good.
There.
They're all better now. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? Oh no, I'm okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. So if it's only fair you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. Mom was always nice to everyone. Then the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit the crescendo with an explosion. Spark flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leaped up to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the fireworks crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up to the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. It was neat. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky, sparkles and flashes overheard. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave a thumbs up. When he noticed you looking over, Mom hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie and jumping up in the tandem, with every crack of a firework. Mom then bent down and offered you a hand up too. The vast array of colors in the sky were hypnotic, as if entranced. You stayed rooted onto the floor, marveling at the wonders flashing above you. Mom understood why you didn't get off the ground. Instead, she sat down right by you. Two of you enjoyed the sparkle side by side while Mom and Lizzie danced together. Fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the air, others shooting straight up from the ground and shattered into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. You eventually noticed that at some point Mr. Holden had let Cove perch atop his shoulders, or more likely Cove had been persuaded to give it a try. Still, Cove's face was covered with a wide smile that matched his father's own. You imagine the view from way up there was pretty impressive. It was also nice that they were getting along for once. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky, the twinkling lights representing the full spectrum of the rainbow. And the final glittering embers dissolved into the night. You released a deep breath. The after image was still burned into your retinas, leaping up behind your eyelids with every blink. But the minute the image had been lost, but it was burned deeper still in your mind. You've been so focused on the show that your foot had gone numb beneath you, and it was only when you attempted to stand that you felt the tingling sensation of blood rushing back to your toes. Cove was on the ground again, your eyes locked momentarily, then you turned back to your family. The news that Cove and his dad would be coming with you to the once-a-year event hadn't been great. You could admit now that it hadn't been as bad as you feared, but it would take far more than not actively ruining one event for you to consider Cove a friend. Though the sun had gone down long time ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits buoyed by the fireworks display, and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. That was cute. I like that one. Alright, sleepover or runaway? Let's see. Let's do the sleepover one and then we'll do the runaway one. Alright, kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time as if it had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Your mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mom was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the spot. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. Recognize that look. Last one to the table is a rotten egg. I haven't, but it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You stayed safe. If you didn't get up and race after her, then technically, Lizzie would be winning against nobody. She could have that kind of victory. Cross your arms over your chest, remaining seated, and you watch. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her with an exasperated sigh. She resumed her work. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. No, I told you we were both racing. You're just too slow. I wasn't racing, and you know it. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You'd almost forgotten about him. The fact that Cove preferred to keep to himself didn't help matters either. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arms with the cast resting on his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had to come to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You'd overheard your mom discussing it before. You hadn't expected it. The idea made you uncomfortable. He was going to sleep in your room. Whoa! You'd rather have your room to yourself, but you were reassigned to your fate. There wasn't anything you could do. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on!
Well, did I win or what? Cove still didn't respond. He turned away, refusing to weigh in. Lizzie glowered, but it had no effect. She crossed her arms and turned back at you. There you go, I won. You didn't say anything. That means it should be up to the oldest instead. You're still a rotten egg. That's enough. Now here is a loser. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Alright.
Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner, all three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food, then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you and another next to Lizzie. The last 2 were on either side of the table, either side of the table where your mom's was sitting. You can sit anywhere you want. You can sit next to me. He hung his head as scuttled past you, Lizzie, and your mom's. He went to the chair on the opposite edge of the table and sat down. It seemed being far away is what he wanted. Your mom's frowned. You shrugged it off and turned back to your plate. Now that everyone was situated, Mom began to pass out.
Okay.
Big and kids, I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner today. Be sure not to avoid all the veggies. Each person at the table served themselves except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands, clamped top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One dish seemed to have his eyes, at least. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some? Not really, sorry. By then, your moms had noticed that Cove still hadn't had anything on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food?
Well...
Maybe he hadn't tried Hawaiian food. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then spoke again. You should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things. Just not any of this.
Shoot.
Oh shoot, I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite food is. It's alright. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. Cove was a little confused by your request, but he handed it to you anyway. He was ready for this to be resolved. He took the plate from him and piled only the best foods on it. He watched your work intently, his good hands shoved underneath his legs. When you were satisfied with the amount on his plate, you returned it. You should like some of these.
Thanks.
You think?
Good job.
That was very kind of you, Kara. You stood up straighter at the praise. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but He took a few exploratory bite.
Right?
It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still spared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoroughly. Not bad. Mom grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. So weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Rip. Mom floundered in the face Clove's blunt honesty. It seemed strange your mom was taken aback by the news, but when had they gotten along? You didn't consider yourself to be friends with him either. You had gotten used to seeing him around a lot over the summer, but the two of you hadn't struck anything that could count as a friendship. Your mom looked at Mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to anyone. But Pam? Mom tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clanking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends, he said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now less talking and more eating. Kids, you need to clean up and start winding down for bed. No buts. We talked about this. It's your bedtime. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years, so now you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath now about how it wasn't right. It was a good food and you were pretty content to just keep eating. That's the idea. Good job, Kara. Everyone else get to it. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when your moms attempted to include him in conversation. All too soon, the table was cleared, the games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedroom. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mom poked her head into the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You kicked it off later if you got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. You nodded for the both of you in response to Mom's question.
Good night.
Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance. Gross. And left. Mom took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Ooh! I'm a simp, honestly. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mom smiled down affectionately at you and then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me up really high, shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here.
Aww.
I'll have fun, though I think you're right, it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Kara's other mom. But I'm the nicer one, just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch. Good night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. With a last smile, Mom turned off the lights and stepped outside, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down. Closed your eyes and snuggled in, prepared to drift off. Started when Cove slid steeply. Turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of the cover. Cove? Oh, he looks so sad. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least he thought he did. You couldn't see anything, since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bed rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. Got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached inside, paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation to it. You know, even without reading it, the title, which one it is. It was the one your moms would read to you. It was special. Thought you were looking for your glasses. I was, then I felt this. Looks cool. Compliment he afforded your specials book. I had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool.
Oh?
Well, yeah, what's it about? Thank you for the hydrate, Aiko. I appreciate it. Thank you. Story about a squire who wants to become a knight and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but... let me see. There's a dragon in it and crazy things happen, or she uses different voices for every character. It has cool pictures, some of them even take up a whole page. I love the main character. Fire's really... Goddamn. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead. So they have this fight, but the squire finds out the dragon's really nice. They decide they don't want to fight her after all. So the two of them become friends instead. Usually Cove sported a disinterested expression on his face, or a sad one. You could probably count the number of times you'd see him smile on one hand. Right now, though, he looked excited as he flipped the book over and focused on the backside and trying to learn more. You were reminded of the hours you spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you reread it, or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. Definitely was a time when you were supposed to be asleep. You couldn't be staying. Wanted to read the... Oh! Let's read it. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Hope called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back to the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Hope continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pull it up over your head. Come on, check it out. Bring the book too. Whoa! Hello! Hello! Hello, how are you doing, my love? It's been a while. How are you doing, my love? I missed you. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got in. Then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. Oh, goddamn. Cove spurted, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else, sorry. There we go. Your title, you tilted the flashlight so it's shining down towards the floor of your blanket and cave in, away from Cove's sensitive eyes. It's been so long, I missed you too so much. I'm doing swell, thank you for asking. I'm so happy you stopped on by again. What's going up with you? I've just been doing the same old thing. You know, working, and then on my days off streaming. I going to school, doing the usual. Keep on doing the usual. What's up with you, homie? Anything new? Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read, and my mom's won't know. I do this all the time. When my mom or mom check on me, I have to hide everything under the blanket, but I haven't been caught before. You want to try? Ove nodded. Pleased by the straightforward response, he placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warmth. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted a story to be narrated. You thought it'd best to take turns reading the book. You flipped through the pages. Narrated. You loved it when Mom read to you. Why not read as loud as you dared this time of night? You didn't even need to study the page for too long. Okay, let me read this. Nothing much. I just been working and stuff, and yeah. Since you're playing a game I've played before, so oh, that's cool. Yeah, I played this game once, like a couple months ago, like earlier this year, but I didn't have the DLC for it. So now I'm playing the DLC because this game is really cute and wholesome. And people... So I bought all the DLC. We're gonna play it in one go. Well, actually that's a lie. It's already been like, what, 3.5 hours? And I'm barely I'm not even halfway done with like the step 1. There was once a squire who dreamed of knighthood, and all they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon you got an exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. Yeah, I don't think I've played the DLC either, but it's super cute. Yeah! Bro, I got the wedding DLC too, and the new one that came out. Dude, I'm super hyped for it. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon. They borrowed sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, my head hurts. I don't want to wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voice. I'm enjoying it so far. It's pretty nice. Cute. You do need to sleep soon? To work tomorrow? Oh, that's perfectly fine. I appreciate that you stopped by, though. I hope you have a good me time, okay? That's okay, it's fun anyway. You hoped he would agree, but go vehemently? Shook his head, looked like it was just up to you. You continued the dramatic reading, reciting the lines for all the characters. The next time you looked up from the page, your eyes landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day, love. You stay safe, okay? His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. The black of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. Your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smudged in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly you raised yourself onto your elbows, yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning to get water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze, then remembered you weren't alone in your room. Oh, is that you?
Yeah.
Why is he just standing there like that? You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it, familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Both blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again. Shoes and everything. Pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. The sleeping bag was in his hand. What is it? I can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. Weird here. You frowned. You helped your moms redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. Weird to me. I want to sleep in my bed. I'm gonna go. What? You shook off the last of your doziness. He's gonna walk outside back to his own house? This time of night? All by himself? He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in. I've gone outside late before. And I have to go. I'll come with you. I can do it by myself. His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Wow, what a bitch. Bruh. Not that there was a time for any. He began making his way to the bedroom door before you could even possibly open your mouth to respond. Clearly, he was in a hurry to get out of here. You couldn't blame him. It was late and he must want to go to sleep. Good night. Night. Just like that, he was gone. You were left blinking wearily at the closed door. Dropped your head on the pillow, closed your eyes, and settled in as best you could. You were getting sleepy again. Your very last thought was the sleepover had not been very successful. The next morning, you were woken by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. Wake up, it's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to... Cove's already out of bed. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what had happened during the... But I don't see him out there. I wonder where he's gotten off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open as your mind processed what to tell her.
Everything okay?
Everything okay? Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird. But where is Cove now? Did he sleep on the couch? My mom was still looking at you expectantly, but as you started to explain what had happened, you were interrupted by Mom calling from downstairs, saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way Mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of the bed to follow her. Mom joined at the door while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs and peeked around the corner. You saw Cove's dad standing just outside. He was alone. You wondered if Cove had gotten home. So I'm out of the loop on what happened, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night. Mr. Holden was much more serious than you were used to. Maybe this was a bigger thing than you had thought it was. Mom's exchanged a matching pair of surprised lips. Mom gasping, covering her mouth with a hand. You wouldn't tell me. I thought you might have had some insight. We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes before you arrived. Is he alright? We're so sorry. Mr. Holden pulled his lips into a tight smile and held up his hands as if to say it wasn't their fault. He's fine. I just wanted to find out more before having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone. You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. They discussed the event for a little bit longer, your parents promising to call him if they found out more. Holden finally said goodbye. You heard Mom calling. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should find somewhere to hide. There's a growing sense of dread in your stomach that you were about to get into a lot of trouble. Your moms found you eventually, though you were relieved to see they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look very, very worried. Did you know Cove had gone home, Kara? You looked up at them both, your mouth pulled into a hard line, and Mom's eyes softened a little bit.
Well,
Maybe he snuck out while Kara was asleep. He got past the two of us. Is that what happened, honey? Shaking your head, you finally confessed and told him what had really happened. You didn't want Cove to get in any trouble, but you didn't want to lie to your parents either, not when they had been so worried about him. Your parents listened to you in full before they explained how dangerous it had been for Cove to wander at night on his own. Firstly, you didn't think it was that bad since Cove only lived across the road, but you didn't tell your mom that. You were already in enough trouble as it was, so when they asked you to promise to tell them something like that next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers to prove your moms that you were responsible enough. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry you had gotten in trouble. After hearing a similar lecture, Cove got away with a warning from his dad. Mr. Holden felt the negative experience was enough already, and Cove didn't need additional punishment. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated. It had all been a learning experience, according to the adult. You could accept that there were definitely things. Oh, okay. We're almost done. We're almost fucking done, boys. Oh, this is taking forever. I didn't realize how long this game took. Holy shit. Holy shit. Hold on, let me... Okay. Okie dokie. Alright, sorry. I had to fix something, my bad. So last DLC for step 1. First step fucking 1. Okay. After a couple hours at the playground by yourself, it had gotten firmly into the afternoon. You were on the swing set with your feet buried in the sand when you spotted Lizzie in the distance. She was rushing over like something was on her tail, chasing her. You knew she would be coming, but was she that excited to get to the park? Instead of nabbing the swing beside yours, Lizzie stopped in front of you. She bent over, balanced on her hands and knees, and panted. Did you hear? Hear what? Lizzie bounced back up, her eyebrows blown wide. You only saw her this worked up when she found the new hiding place of Mom's sugar stash. About Cove. Lizzie rarely brought him up herself, and never with this much urgency. What was this about? You listened, confused, and Lizzie explained. It just came out that when I saw lots of people gathered around in the middle of the street. They're talking quietly, kind of quietly, so I didn't think I was supposed to hear, but that just means it was important. So I snuck up and heard everything. She paused dramatically. Clearly, she wanted you to say something. What did you hear? Seeing that she had your attention, Lizzie continued. Cove was missing. He left a piece of paper for Mr. Holden to tell him that he was going away and would be gone for a long time, and no one's seen him since. Now they're searching the whole neighborhood. The grown-ups are even saying that if they don't find Cove soon, they'll call the police. The police? You had seen police officers around town now and then, but you had never talked to one before, much less dealt with them. It was an intimidating thought. Was Cove going to be arrested for running away? You watched as your sister began to pace in front of you. I know Mom said Cove was sad about moving here, but running away from home is crazy.
Jeez.
Where else is he gonna go anyway? I go to tons of places. Yeah, I hope someone finds him soon. I want to find him. I want to find him. Lizzie scrunched up her face, thinking deeply for a moment. Then she nodded and planted her hands on her hips and determined. I'm gonna go look too. You are?
Mm-hmm.
We can play at the park any day, and the more people there are looking, the quicker someone will find him. Maybe I'll be the one who does. I'll be the best at hide and seek after all. It seemed like Lizzie wanted to look, not only because she was concerned about Cove, but also because it was more interesting than thing happened this week. Wish me luck. Before you could say anything, she ran off in the opposite direction from where she came. You were left in the dust in a matter of moments. That was your sister for you. But Lizzie's appearance in this crisis faded to the back of your mind just as quickly. Cove. He told his dad he was leaving to go somewhere by himself. It was surprising news at first, but that sounded like something to do. When you considered it again, unfortunately, you had no idea where you could have gone. You thought hard. There were the hills behind your house. You'd gone there the first time you met. But someone would have checked there already. They wouldn't have needed the police for that. Cove must be far away or hiding somewhere if the whole neighborhood was looking for him. You swung back and forth, your lips pursed in contemplation, not constipation. Oh shit. If I were Cove, where would I go? Lizzie had said Cove was crazy for running away from home, but he never considered Sunset Bird his home, did he? His real home was somewhere else. There's only one place that came to mind that might be important enough for Cove to go off with it. It was a good idea, except how was he gonna get there? Could he take a bus? Was he gonna walk the whole way? He didn't know what the direction he needed to take. But wait, there was only one way he could go? Going down the street just led to the beach, so that couldn't be right. Going either side would mean he'd get stuck by buildings and fences and big slopes. Just like the one behind your house. That left going up the street, you knew that road. It led to the main part of the town and kept going all the way to the city limit. Cove didn't know where the area well. He didn't think he wanted to go off the road onto some random other street. Which meant if someone followed that path, they might find him somewhere along it. The grown-ups seemed to all be looking in the neighborhood, so you have to go find Cove by yourself. You shouldn't tell anyone yet, just in case you were wrong. You could go check it out yourself. You rushed to where you had abandoned your flip-flops, slipped them on. They slapped against the stand as you left the playground. You went right up along the main street, keeping an eye out for Cove. No one else had the same idea as you, it seemed, because you were completely alone there. You passed through your whole neighborhood and then the next one over and the next, put one foot in front of the other, focusing on your surroundings as you did. Cove had a head start, so you didn't know how far he had gotten. You couldn't get distracted. You kept walking. You even called out for Cove a few times, but you didn't see that familiar mop of green hair anywhere. After a while, the sun began to drip out of the sky. It would be dark soon, and there was still no sign of your neighbor. You weren't even in the residential district by this point. You had reached the central part of town. The area was at once strange and familiar. You'd been here before, of course, but never without your mom's close by. There would drive you. You were growing disheartened. There's a possibility that he was farther ahead, and there was countless other places he could potentially check too. Cove? You shouted his name a few times as you headed down periodically this entire time, but there was nothing. Maybe he's not going this way. Was he somewhere else? Had someone found him already? You kept going forward. You were able to make it this far. You had to continue the search. With that in mind, you pushed yourself to walk a little faster. People said this was really a tiny town, but you felt it absolutely gigantic. Eventually, the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, and only a long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. Your feet hurt, you were tired, you were on your own, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You have lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a very rare occasion that you see this sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limit. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you and finally put an end to your forward momentum. You scanned your surroundings instead of dwelling on that. You deeply hoped that you hadn't gotten past that sign either. Cove, are you here? Previous times you called his name, there had been no answer. You couldn't be surprised that one didn't come this time either until... Hey, yo, he's here! A dark blob just behind one of the exit signs. Legs shifted. You squinted as it continued to move. The more you stared, the more your eyes adjusted, and the more the dark blob resembled a person. Then you realized just who it was. It was Cove. He was here. You actually found him. You hesitantly got up from wherever he had been sitting as to make sure he was actually heard something. Then he caught sight of you, his eyes wide behind his glasses. There you are. So happy you're here. Cove finally blinked as you ran up to him, your feet still aching. How did you find me? Lizzie told me you wrote in your letter that you were leaving. You always wanted to go back home. So I thought you must have come this way. And that was all he said. After all this, maybe he didn't realize how seriously the adults were taking it. Are you okay? Yeah. He didn't look okay. His brows were pinched and his shoulders tense. You got the feeling pointing that out wouldn't help matter. Everyone's looking for you. That caught his attention. He frowned at you.
Really?
They are? Yeah, the whole neighborhood. Lizzie told me that they might even call the police. You might even get arrested. What? Why? I don't know. Because you tried to run away, probably. I'm not gonna be arrested. Although Cove said that, he looked a little worried over the news. Come on, Cove, let's go home.
No.
No. Oh. Okay, well then shit, I guess we're not going home then. Oh damn. He spoke crossly. You were thirsty and exhausted, and you weren't sure you could keep going back and forth about this. Oh, why? We can't just go. I don't understand why you can't go back. The question caused him to waver, but not budge. At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check up on me. She asked what Sunset Bread was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But when I asked if she'll come here, my mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. He has to move to somewhere else first. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued.
It's not fair.
Why can't I even see her anymore? He used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes. I can't go myself. I don't know. I'm gonna go by myself. I don't need anyone to take me. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? This is all just too much. He starts right. Do you know the directions to your old house? You're being selfish. Bad idea. Oh, such a bad idea. You're never gonna be able to get to where she is all by yourself. Cove glared back, refusing to accept that reality. Then he shook his head like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly himself. If I don't get to see Mom, then she's... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. What is it? Mom doesn't call that much. I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as well. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. You wouldn't do that. How do you know? She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that, so it must be true for Cove's mom too. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You're at a standstill. Everything will be okay if we just go. We can't stay here forever and we can't go out there. We've got to go back. Ooh. Cove's brows furrowed, a scowl appearing on his face. He turned away from you and you stared at his back. You couldn't just stop. Please, Cove. After a few minutes of sullen silence, Cove twisted back around. He wouldn't look you in the eye. Okay, let's go. He must have known deep down that he couldn't go any further than this, even if he wasn't happy about it. And that was that. Together you walked away from the exit sign. Your feet hurt a lot by this point. You're so tired, but you convinced him. You were bringing Cove home, and that was what mattered. On the long way back, it was only thanks to occasional street lamp, that faint moonlight that you could see in the dark. You wondered if everyone was still looking for Cove, and you too, probably. You think they called the police after all? No, probably not. He didn't sound confident, though. You still hoped he was right. You didn't want to go to jail. You weren't sure how much time had passed. All you knew was that one moment you were fighting the drooping of your eyelids while shuffling near Cove on the sidewalk. And next, you were snapped back to attention by the blaring people. Cove froze and whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The highlights were too blinding. Instead of counting down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her. I've been looking for you everywhere. I was trying to help Cove. She stopped looking at you, instead staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. Gil ate you up from the inside.
Right.
Get in. Let's get you two home. Then at least made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you've done today. You yanked open the side door, slipped inside the back seat, and then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror. Two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do, not at all. Same face, you both nodded as one.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mom. He softened immediately, not enough to actually let it go, though. You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started the car up again and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mom appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness, you found them both. I did. They were talking down the main street together. Or they were walking down the main street together. What were you two doing there in this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy and they were dried Pierce tracks stuck to his cheek. I wanted to see my mom. Kara came to get me. Your own mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if they could read each other's minds. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. She could be outside somewhere searching for Cove still. Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room fast asleep. Same way you should have been. She came back earlier. She had been out looking for Cove after accidentally finding out he was missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but she was worried. But she said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but she couldn't find Cove. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. With water? Okay, thank you for the hydrate, Hannah. I have water, don't worry. I do not have any fucking soda. Don't worry. You gotta hydrate or you lose your voice. I know. Bro, I'm gonna need to have like 3 fucking water bottles with me like tomorrow. Especially with Dang and Rampa stream, dude. Holy shit. A lot of fucking reading.
Okay.
You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. I hate saying the word mommy. I hate it. I can't. Mom smiled warmly and mentioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her and then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far, separated by a wall, so you heard your mom's talking softly. Who's that? What do you mean, who's that? These two ladies? They're our moms, bro. Mom and mommy, apparently. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing. That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off in a town like that. No, bro. They're married. They're married, bro. Sorry. They're married to each other. Tough luck, buddy. Maybe next time. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should call Cliff and tell the others he's here before the panic goes out of hand. There could be riots. I'll call and go to the front, tell everyone's still out there. You keep an eye on the kids, make sure they don't take any more trips today. Okay. Boom just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hand. I'm sorry, Kara. You faced him quietly. I didn't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to fight. I'm sorry, too. You don't have to. It wasn't your fault. It's alright. Despite Cove's protest, you couldn't help it. It would have been too hard not to say sorry after a disagreement. But having him apologize did make you feel much better. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Mom was back with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son.
Cove?
Cove? Mr. Holden, marry me, please. God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened, like he'd been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind his frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. Easy, you take his dad, I'll take his mom. Bro, you know what, fair. You know what, easy. Easy, yeah, that's solid. You haven't even seen his mom, bro. What are you talking about? You don't even know what his mom looks like. Good, that's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped on a hand on his son's shoulder. Fucking English. Attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched and spasmed as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. No, that's not his mom. That's my mom. I have two moms, motherfucker. So, we have two mamas, right? We don't have a dad. But Cove has a dad and a mom who are separated. So you haven't even seen his mom yet, bro. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. But you'll see the mom later on, though. The mom does show up at some point, and she's hot, bro. She's fucking hot. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're alright, too. Then he looked at your moms. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
Okay.
It's so much no trouble, Cliff. Really, it couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Exactly, we were just happy the kids were safe and sound. Now for the first time. For that day, you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, and only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore. Promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? You talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully. Although he made a face. Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up. Five of you walked over to the front door so when you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Tiny smile flitted across his lips. There was there and then gone. And with that, Cove left. Mom closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right to bed with no more discussion on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them amused assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased with that you went out to find Cove on your own. As punishment, your moms took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late, and without telling anyone, you could have gotten hurt or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. He didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for anything. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to want to people. Caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation? Flagellation? But there wasn't anything they could do to change Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass, so did Cove talk about running away. Things eventually returned to normal as they always had. The summer kept going and you kept having experiences you shared with me. Finally, we are done! And then summer fucking ended. Save this shit. Save. Yes. Save. And then summer ended. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. I'll never get tired of that view. Oh my god, the mouse is bothering me. You stood beside your moms and Lizzie as the four of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it's cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't think they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we're so dull. Let's go out more. You didn't really do magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
Because I know, that's not what real magic looks like. There's all kinds of magic in them. Lizzie gave Mom a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. Well, we can't just sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious, but you could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. What if it is almost over? Oh. You tried to be subtle about your little mumble, but you saw Mom look down at you from the corner of her eye and knew she heard. Yeah, it would be evil not to let us play until dinner. You weren't sure evil was a fair word choice, but not it anyways. At times like this, you had to back each other up.
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work. We can't do work now too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well,
No.
I can help you with dinner. Leaned in for a hug, and you knew that they were very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright, but as soon as dinner's ready, you let her coming inside, understood? Alright, sweet. More time outside, hell yeah. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I should still get the seashell bracelet at times and trinkets. Or maybe in the playground. Or maybe the playground, or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? I silent. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heels and heading off in the direction your boys had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots of plans if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. We'll stand outside. You watched Lizzie run off, twisting your lips as you considered what to do. In the end, the pretty sky and the soothing sound of waves won out. You stared off at the path, grinning at the feel of the sand, quickly filling in the empty flip-flops. That is the worst fucking feeling. Why? What? That was fun for a while, but you grew bored eventually. How else could you enjoy the remainder of your time at the beach? You drew in the wet sand, you roamed around. Let's look for seashells, yeah. You walked towards the shoreline, peering at any debris that washed up. Most of it was just seaweed, rocks, and trash. So now and then you'd spot a seashell. You picked up the ones that stood out to you until you had a nice little collection. It was a great evening, but soon enough you had your fill and were ready to join the rest of your family back home. Not too much farther down, you spotted a familiar green head of hair moseying along the shore. Went to see what he's up to. Curious, you stayed off your path and walked over to him. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back and then tossed it out into the water. That's how far he got it to go. Okay, it was a good toss. It was pretty neat. But the rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back. Okay. That's pretty neat. What are you doing? Cove jumped a little and you let out a small giggle. Sorry. What are you doing? I asked first. Cove frowned, turning back to the wave. I'm not doing anything, just thinking. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface even though you were pretty sure he didn't feel it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. That's not too bad. It'll be off before you know it. You offered a smile, but Cove wasn't looking at you. Oh. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. Can't believe summer's almost over. He sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. So why don't you want to go? It's nice as far as schools go. You only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. Could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his neck and drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
You weren't sure what to do. You felt weird to just leave him here, crying, but what could you say that would help? You frowned a little, staring at the stem. Okay, well, bye then. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back home, back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? Cove furrowed his brows even more. Then he shook his head. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled and then looked back at the wave. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. That I'd feel better than it used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face into favor of something more puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. Lost in thought, you started a bit, when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Had you guys really been sitting out here that long? Stood and dusted your sand off yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. But the two of you couldn't stay there forever. Stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Holy shit! This thing took forever. 4 hours in between, and there's still more. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. Hold on a goddamn minute. I really want to save right here. It's going to be a fat minute. Car creation. Yeah. Oh no, we'll keep that. Yeah, we'll just keep that. Oh, we're done. Not changing. Oh, we're gonna save right here. We'll do fond and I guess just relax. So we'll leave it at this for right now. I am actually really fucking tired and hungry, so I'm gonna go ahead and end stream for today. But I appreciate everyone who stopped by, even to just lurk and hang out and listen, or even just to stop by and say hello. I appreciate it. I hope you guys. No problem, Hana. No problem. I got you, homie. But I hope you guys have a really good day. Stay safe. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye!